Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Reno County Commission meeting of August 9th. I'll call the meeting to order. Sorry for the delay in the start today. At this time, we'll do our Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll have a prayer by Pastor Tim Kraft.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. Let's pray together, shall we? Good morning, Lord. Thanks for the moisture. I thought about asking you how we are doing, but then I immediately realized that only you know the full story about each one of us. We don't always do things right, nor do we always do right things. But what is amazing is that you never withhold your grace, your love, and the mercy from us. We certainly don't always know what to do, but we can keep our eyes on you. So I ask for your insight, wisdom, and discernment as this group deals with questions, problems, and direction. There's plenty of bad news in the world today, but it never supersedes the good news about you, Lord. You are continually at work bringing good out of evil. So, you are God our Savior, and our hope is in you all day long. Amen. Thank you.
And I failed to mention Pastor Kraft is from First Church of God, so thank you for the prayer this morning. And then also, Commissioner Hurst is present virtually. He's on by phone today, so I wanted to make that mention as well. Are there individuals here for public comment that's not on the agenda today? Just anybody that wants to go up, please just go to the podium. It's a 5-minute maximum time. Please just state your name and address for the record.
My name is Nancy Stuckey. I live at 201 South Maple in Pretty Prairie. I'm the owner / publisher / editor of the Nenasko Valley News. And I appreciate the time to address your item on the consent agenda 6E, designating the Rural Messenger as the official county newspaper. In May, I submitted in good faith my response to the RFP, and I didn't have to change my address, and I didn't have to lower my advertising rates. And I don't understand why the Rural Messenger was allowed to do that. They shouldn't have even been considered since their response to the RFP didn't qualify. If that's the way the commission does their responses to the RFP, I don't know why anyone would ever respond in the future. I became a target for you'd evidently give it to the paper that you wanted to have it. And I watched on YouTube as your eyes exploded at 10,000 distribution, but I'll remind you that that's distribution over 6 counties, and that's not paid subscribers. 100% of my distribution is paid subscribers, and according to the Rural Messenger's submission, they have 123 paid subscribers, so I have 3 times the paid subscribers as the Rural Messenger. I guess I'm just looking for some justification from this commission on how that decision was made. Thank you.
Other public comments this morning?
Good morning. My name is Theron Salyer. Live at 5710 Highland Drive and have for 52 years now. We moved to Hutch 52 years ago, purchased a house north and east of 56th and Plum. I'm concerned about water. When we moved there, We just had one well, and we watered our yard as much as we could, the garden and all, with one well. We decided to put in a sprinkler system, which we did, and that well, when we put it in about 20 some years ago, it produced 22 gallons a minute. Now we can't even run our sprinkler system and have adequate water. We drilled a new household well 4 years ago, and that is only for a household, and it's fine at this point. But if we run our sprinkler system, in about 10 minutes, it goes down to nearly nothing. You know, we're talking about adding additional businesses and facilities south of South Hutchinson, and there's also some talk about supplying the water to Yoder and to the base down there, and I don't know where the water's coming from. It's like my bank account. If I put $10,000 in my bank account and I keep writing checks continuously for $1,000, I'm eventually going to run out if I don't put more in. And our water is exactly the same. I know we've had a drought lately, and we'll have a drought again. You know, when we have plenty of water, it's no problem. But if we add a lot of businesses and places that use water, we're going to suffer. Several of our neighbors have quit watering their yards, period, because they just don't have the water. We'd rather flush our stools and take showers than we would have green grass. And so consequently, our yards look bad. And, you know, the Highlands or whatever up in the golf course up there, they pump a lot of water. There's irrigation wells to the west of us. We're going to run out of water eventually if we don't get more replacement. And we will sometime, but we'll have drought again. So that's my concern. We need to look at the water we have very closely to be sure that we can take care of what we presently have for the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salyer. Is there anyone else here for public comment? Are there additions or revisions to the agenda the commission wants? I know unless there's objection, we're going to pull 6H and 6I. Given there's comments on 6C, we could pull that too if the commission wants to make some comments. Anything else?
Thank you. Well, 6C, I think there was some, probably on the table that and some developments on some other stuff as well at Patrick.
Okay. So we'll do that. We'll pull 6C, H, and I. Is there a motion to approve the amended consent agenda?
I will so move.
Motion by Commissioner Whitesell, second by Commissioner Parks. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitesell,
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. So we'll go ahead and take up item 6C now. I think it might be good maybe for staff or county council to just provide your analysis on. I know there's been some questions on whether we made a valid choice. So if you could.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. One thing that has come up in all this was thank you, Randy, when the RFP was returned, the rural messenger's status with the U.S. Postal Service was they had an application pending. They believed, or they were optimistic, and that by this point they would have a determination by the U.S. Postal Service that approved their standing as a periodical, but as of today they don't have that yet. So I would suggest at the very least tabling the whole issue until it's determined by the Postal Service whether or not they're a periodical. They're optimistic. Other people in the community have reached out to me and said that they're not optimistic that they're periodical. I've looked into it. It's really up to the U.S. Postal Service, and this is an area that I had I'll say no knowledge of beforehand. I don't know what their status will be, but I think once the service processes their application, you'll know if they're an option or not. And so if you just would consider tabling it until that time, you'll have all your questions answered, I believe.
Okay, thank you. Are there other commissioner comments? Commissioner Weitzel?
Yeah, I mean, I think she makes a valid point. I think I brought up the same point 2 weeks ago that, all these people submitted what we thought was their best bid, and then we kind of said, well, hey, if you can match their price, and I don't think that's fair to the Nineveh Valley paper, and I think they came in with the lowest bid. We're putting it on the website to get things out there, and so I think she makes a valid point. If people see that they submit, they can submit a bid, and then we're gonna use that bid against them. I think people in the future will be less likely to submit bids.
Well, I think the counterpoint to that, and the point the commission made last time was, the qualifications were pretty diverse. I mean, there was not a equal qualifications, and I think if the statute's primary purpose is to get the message out via a print process, I think that was why the commission leaned towards, I think there was a few hundred in circulation in one and a few thousand in the other. So I think your point is valid, Commissioner Weitzel, but it wasn't apples to apples in my opinion. I think that's why the commission did it the other way. But this is a kind of an unfortunate process we have to go through because, frankly, I think we would all agree we don't need to publish in a print paper anymore because the circulation on any of them is too low to really be effective, and it's available online, and people have public access to the internet if they don't have it at home. So frankly, I think what really needs to happen is the statute needs to be changed like it's been changed for municipalities for 5+ years. But I mean, they're all fair points. Any other comments?
Yeah, maybe Nancy could speak to the fact of what Patrick just said, that being one of the qualifying things to be able to be the paper registered with the post office. Is that something that you have, or?
We're already periodical with our post office.
All right, okay.
And for Commissioner Hirsch, she said they're already a periodical with the post office.
And have been for 114 years.
And they have been for 114 years.
Commissioner Hurst has something to say.
Commissioner Hurst.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize for having my knee done and can't be there today, but I would like to make a comment with regard to the way this was handled. I feel that the RFP was basically handled by a bid, and I don't think, in my opinion, that this commission handled it properly, or in my mind, quite ethically. In the fact that I think we could have required a few other things involved in this for the Nenasko Valley News to be able to provide some papers at distinctive locations, and they were good enough to put an RFP in without us trying to do something that we haven't done before, as far as I can remember at all, with regards to RFPs or bids, is go back to somebody and ask them if they could match the original quote. And I would, at the least, put this off for another meeting. But I really believe that when we put this out in good faith, that we should have handled this in good faith. And thank you for letting me chime in.
Any other comments? Hearing none. Trying to think if suppose we can table it. It's off the agenda already, but I'll make a motion to table item 6C pending further staff review. Is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Second by Commissioner Bogner. Comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hurst.
Yes.
Commissioner Parks.
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner.
Yes.
Commissioner Weitzel.
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen.
Yes.
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Thanks, Nancy, for being here today. Appreciate the comments. Item 6H. Randy, did you want to brief us on that one?
6H is a grant application from the Health Department for their emergency preparedness. There's the MRC, which is the Medical Reserve Corps, that was created, I believe, in 2004, many years ago, and there was a partnership between the Health Department, the Volunteer Center at the college, and I'm not sure if there's another one, but this grant application would help cover costs with emergency preparedness, as mentioned on the agenda packet. So that's why it was on the consent agenda originally, is because it's just approval to apply for a grant. Whether we get the grant and then the money would help offset what's being paid for by taxpayers at this time. It's not increasing service, it's just helping pay for what we're already doing.
Yeah, and I asked for this to be removed from the consent agenda because I asked for a copy of our contract with the state just to look it over, and I still have not received that. And so there were some additional things that I asked for. I got a copy of the original agreement, but I don't have a copy of the current agreement. And so there were some additional things that I asked for when I got a response that I haven't received yet. And so I'd just like some time to be able to review our relationship with this, make sure, or with this, with the federal government in this, to make sure that it's a good thing for the citizens of Reno County. You know, when you don't have all the information, it's hard to vote for something.
Is this time sensitive?
Yes, it is for the grant application. It's due next week, but I believe, I'm not sure, Carla, I don't think there's any other agreements that we have in place that you're missing.
Correct. There is no agreement. It is an active MRC and it remains an active MRC. There's grants funding that can come in and out, and that's why we're looking at this additional funding, because right now it's an inactive, and we want to use our preparedness to then foster our relationship with the Volunteer Center and help them with more preparedness activities. But if we're not utilizing, again, it's to foster volunteerism in the community. And again, there is no cost to volunteerism. There may be a cost to organizing that, but that's why it's more inactive, because there's really not grant funding right now for that. The state has seen that a lot of MRCs around the state of Kansas have been inactive. And so they're asking people and communities that have an MRC to utilize this funding to revitalize those MRCs and reactivate them, so we can all be prepared in case we ever need them. So it's just a preparedness, and that's how we're going to utilize it. We're going to utilize our preparedness coordinator, Julie Callis, is here today, and then her supervisor, Megan, to then foster that volunteerism and then strengthen that preparedness in the community and help then those volunteers understand more about the structure that they then have come into, and that it's more of an organized unit should something happen.
So what are the county costs for participating in this federal program?
Our cost?
Yeah, because I mean, there are administrative costs or things that we're trying to reimburse with $25,000. So we obviously do have some costs.
So it is. It would be to facilitate Julie's time. So most of Julie's time is covered in our emergency preparedness grant that we get through KDHE. That grant does not cover all of Julie's salary. So we are looking at other additional opportunities to cover her salary instead of using taxpayer funding to cover her salary. So it's additional grant funding to then try to then cover more of her salary.
Okay, and there's nothing we're giving up to the federal government to participate in this program? Okay.
No.
So that was my major concern.
Yeah.
And so I was like, anytime you deal with the federal government, there's got to be documents and contracts and.
There is always a work plan. Anytime you accept a grant from KDHE, They want to make sure that you're following those grant requirements and you have a work plan. It's just those documents. And and you would expect that from any grant funding, to make sure that we're following that, their guidelines, we're fulfilling those guidelines, and this is how we're going to sustain that.
Okay. And in the future, would it be possible to include copies of grant applications in the agenda? So that way we can look over the grant
Yes.
application.
Yes.
I think that would
Yes.
alleviate. I just, I just like to look over things, and when I can't find stuff, then it's like, well, I need more information. So, because I want to do right by the people of the county, and so I like to read stuff. So that was my main concern, was, are we giving anything up, and if so, what are we giving up?
So, Garla, you said this staff position is funded by 2 grants, this one and another one. How much is the other grant for, and what term is that?
That other public health emergency preparedness grant is part of our aid to local funding grants that we had, that you guys approved, that were effective July 1st. We always submit an application for full funding of that position. Sometimes, and most of the time it's not fully funded by KDHE, and that's when we try to look for additional funding instead of taxpayer dollars for that funding.
So this is an annual grant application. How much were we funded this year?
The aid to local, for that, we were awarded I think 56,000. It's a July 1 to June 30th for that aid to local.
Other questions?
I did. You used language inactive to active. Explain that if you could. You said it's an inactive program and they want you to go active with it. I guess
Maybe reinvigorate. It's just once you have an MRC, it's just kind of sitting over there.
Mm-hmm.
And so what they're wanting us to do is remind us that we have an MRC organization sitting over here, and then in a community, what are you doing with that? How can you remember to utilize volunteers when it comes to an emergency? And how can you help them plan now? How can you provide training to them now? Help them understand the resources that we have now. And I think everything was just kind of overwhelmed during COVID, and everything just kind of went foot. And so it's reinvigorating those and going, reminder, you have this volunteer organization sitting over here. Let's try to restructure those so you can try to put those into your day-to-day life and revitalize maybe some of those organizations and those linkages that you haven't worked with recently, and how can you foster and collaborate with them and try to strengthen those relationships.
And one additional question. So my understanding is this was started around the time of 9/11 because people were trying to volunteer and there was no place for them to go.
Correct.
Is that really an issue anymore? Is this one of those programs that we just keep doing because we started it? But is this really a thing that we need to continue? I guess would be my
Sure.
question. Or is this something
Sure.
that we can let go since we've got places for volunteers to plug in?
Both and. Let's look at that. There's an opportunity for volunteers to plug in maybe with a volunteer center. This is more on the medical reserve corps. So maybe the individuals, you have doctors, nurses out there that want to maintain their skill set and want to volunteer. So yes, we want to foster that volunteerism in the community and then giving them a format or a place for them to provide their time and a structure so it's beneficial to the community.
if we had, just one quick question, probably a dumb question, but if we had an emergency of mass tragedy of some kind here, does this work pretty much hand in hand with emergency preparedness as
Yes,
well?
sir. Yes, and so I have talked to
Like
the emergency.
Adam and them,
Yes,
yeah.
yes. He's aware of us bringing this, and he does support this application. He understands that it would be an important tool to revitalize the MRC and then strengthen that preparedness with the volunteer center.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
So, just so I'm aware, I'm maybe just a little slow on this morning. The position, what is the primary purpose of the position?
For the MRC?
I know it's kind of awkward when the person's here, but it's just part of government. What does she do?
She looks at our preparedness in the health department and in the community. So there is things that in the health department that she helps us with. She makes sure that we have our annual tornado drill. Where are we going for our safety training? Where are we doing for our fire drill? Does everybody understand where we're going for fire drill? She facilitated us having an active shooter workshop in the health department. So there's a lot of different preparedness things like that she fosters in the health department. Then she also provides a preparedness like corner when it comes to our county newsletter. Just a reminder for everybody what you need to be prepared for. Back to school preparedness. Winter preparedness. She actually goes to senior centers and talks about preparedness in their community, whether that's financially, around the house, winter preparedness, safety for pets. And then she's also trying to develop a program with the schools also to teach kids about preparedness. And there is also a preparedness day at the state fair. So you can also go check her out at the state fair and look at the preparedness activities in the community.
Mr. Parks?
One of the things, I think you sent a later document out, didn't you, on this a little bit that we read. I read through that. One of the things that talked about some of the services provided through this MRC. One of the things that caught my attention in there was mass vaccination. Explain that a little bit, would you? I know I'm pulling one out of context when there's many. If you had, when you say you're going into schools and you start talking about that language, and then we have that very language in our mass vaccination, that kind of disturbed me just a little bit. I wanted to know a little more information about that.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I don't know that
Okay.
that it really defined what the vaccinations were.
So
It was talking about
I'm sure
the
it's
different
talking about
things that.
immunization.
different elements you could use an MRC for is what it was talking about. We wouldn't use an MRC for those elements. We may use them for maybe we may not. But those are elements you could utilize an MRC for. Not you have to.
Yeah.
These are just ideas.
Okay, I misunderstood that too, Randy, because
Yeah.
I thought that
No.
that said that we were doing that.
No, just ideas, options.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve item 6H?
I'll motion to approve it.
Commissioner Hurst, is there a second? Commissioner Bogner is second. Any final discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hurst,
I didn't catch the motion.
The motion was to approve item 6H, which is approval of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment contract with the county. It's a grant.
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner?
Yes.
Commissioner Weitzel?
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen?
Yes, motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Item 6I is ARPA agreement between Growth Inc. As a part of the Chamber of Commerce and the county. Randy, do you want to, I see the chambers here if they want to say something or?
Yeah, I'll probably ask Deborah or Lacey to kind of maybe explain this a little more, but what this is Reno County Commission over a year ago allocated $1.2 million out of the ARPA funds for the development of the industrial park on South K96. This is the contract, kind of like with all the other entities, Interfaith and SCED, where it comes to the commission to formalize how they can use the funds. This, on this one, it says the use of funds would be for Growth Inc. to use the funds for the industrial park for engineering and site development planning and site acquisition costs to further develop that industrial park down south of South Hutchinson. And Deborah or Lacey, do you have any?
First of all, commissioners, thank you last year for your actions to allocate $1.2 million from the ARPA funding for a very strategic purpose, which will be for the future industrial growth of our county. As you know, last year, Growth Inc., a separate entity but managed by the chamber, was able to use our own internal funding through some other gifts and pledges from donors to acquire 154 acres on K96 for the future development. And as we started putting together a development plan, we had an opportunity last year and then again in January to apply for a base grant from the state of Kansas that is also very strategic to help Kansas build out strategic sites for growth for the future. We were at, I think the last time I was here in April, we received word that day from Kansas that we were awarded $2 million. And your letter of support towards that grant application mentioned this $1.2 million as the county's match. We have other partners that also pledged match, South Hutchinson, City of Hutchinson, the Chamber and Growth Inc., ourselves. And so now we are starting to execute the next steps of that plan. We're seeing opportunities that are upwards of greater than 154 acres. And so in order to really ready a site that could be prepared for projects that require 200, 300, perhaps even 400 or more acres, we have started engineering studies to make sure what are the infrastructure requirements and the ability to extend infrastructure. And there was the question about water, and we've had several meetings between the intergovernmental agencies to talk about water service to this site and the other projects that you have on your radar that were mentioned earlier with Yoder and Habit. Initially, some of those discussions were about infrastructure that could be one combined line. And then I think it became evident the timeline to get water to Yoder was so imminent that needed to move forward. It's probably a smaller size line than what would be required for industry. But Hutchinson, City of Hutchinson, has been at the table talking about this as well and starting their own studies about their own water rights and how much water they have that they could sell to an outside entity like an industrial park of this nature that would be outside of their city boundaries. So they did a water study to determine their available water that is perfected, as well as the water rights that they own but that have yet to be perfected. And they're working with a firm called Burns and McDonnell. We engaged our own firm, PEC, which is a professional engineering firm, to start working with them on the alignment of how could infrastructure come if we were enter into a partnership with City of Hutchinson to be the provider of the water. That's really strategic because South Hutchinson doesn't have enough water for industrial growth of this size. But they are partnering in some other ways in South Hutch. So this, the use that Randy mentioned that is drafted into this agreement for the ARPA funding, we have specified for those two things, for the engineering and site planning. And that will help us as we work through the master planning process with PEC. We will need to get surveys of the entire site done. There's some geotechnical work that needs done. And then all those preliminary alignment studies for infrastructure. And then it could be likely that, it could require a water tower, just depending on the size of project that could land on that site. And so we are definitely sure that we're going to need more than the 154 acres for the kinds of projects that we currently have in the pipeline that are looking at Reno County for this site. And thus, that's why the other potential use of funds is site acquisition, so that we can engage in option agreements with neighboring landholders to create what can in the future be a 400 or 500 acre development.
Thank you.
Yes.
Questions?
Yeah, so I guess my question was when we approved the ARPA funds for Interfaith, our condition to them was that that this money doesn't just eventually end up, as part of their bottom line, that they continue to reinvest that money in additional properties as they sell them. And so that was kind of my hope with these funds as well, is that, as we develop these properties, we sell them for, profit, and then continue to use that money to redevelop rather than come into the county commission every year for additional funds for economic development. Is that a possibility?
I think that is a real possibility for a couple of reasons. Number one, the initial 154 acres we purchased was a market rate ground, but we do think that it was purchased as an active agriculture field, and it still is. But as we are able to attract industry, our goal is then that the industry would purchase the ground, which then would reimburse the money that we've already put into that first piece of the development, could potentially reimburse for land that could be acquired with these funds, and that really could then be used as a driver for the future. None of these dollars are being used for staffing costs. All of it is for site development, and it will be an asset that, yes, can be monetized to the sale of industry and really create a return. The projects in the pipeline that are looking at Reno County right now we have submitted on several, but they are in the scale of billion-dollar investments. And that, we've talked about what could that mean to the property tax base of Reno County and the communities involved. And it's hard to make predictions, but some of the projects alone, valuation of the project would be greater than the whole valuation of Hutchinson today. So those are the kinds of opportunities this really would open the door for and unlock that potential. And yes, I think it could do exactly what you're asking, Commissioner Weitzel.
Could we put that into the agreement? Would that be a possibility? The same way we did with Interfaith?
Sorry. Catching me cold on how to draft that exactly. What exactly are you wanting to? That they'll sell it and reuse the money for future development?
Yeah. So it sounds like we got buy-in from the chamber to do that. I mean, and like I said, we did the same thing to Interfaith before we approved or released the grant money to them.
Yeah, I mean, we clarified it for Interfaith, so we could do a similar thing here if that's what the board wants.
Would that be okay with you?
Specifically to Growth Inc., we haven't ever asked for funds from the county for staffing of Growth Inc. So I think it would be safe to say the funds that these dollars would be funding for Growth Inc. are specified for development, and we wouldn't be coming back for staffing costs related to it. Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Parks?
I just noticed it did say that engineering, site development, planning, and site acquisition. I didn't see that in there anyway, Deborah, so I appreciate that.
Any other comments?
I think that's a good, sorry, you did catch me cold. I mean, this funding has to be used for the things in the agreement, which are limited to those things that Commissioner Parks just mentioned. So I mean, adding it might be redundant. If you want to add anything, we could always add things, but it might be redundant from what's already there.
Any other comments before we take potential motion? Is there a motion?
I'd motion to table it to make the changes requested and bring that back at the next commission meeting.
Commissioner Weitzel, motions for table. Is there a second?
Is this, whether there's a second or non-second?
I think I got to call it dead, but go ahead. No, go ahead. It's dead. We'll try it again if you want. Okay. Do you? Okay.
Commissioners, not to interrupt, but if you want that language, we probably could have that drafted and bring it back. Since we're going to take a break for executive sessions, bring it back toward the end of the meeting. If you want that one, some kind of language in the agreement.
Well,
I mean,
Or pass it contingent upon that.
well, I'm not.
yeah.
I'm not sure we're getting consensus yet, so we need to probably get that. The motion died for lack of a second. I'm not sure if you were intending to second that or just ask a question, but I don't think there's any.
Mr. Chairman, this is Ron.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ron.
All right. When we originally had these ARPA funds dedicated to us, there was about 4 main areas that the communities decided they wanted to invest in. Of course, child care and housing were at the top, and economic development was next. And so by using the ARPA funds to be able to leverage additional funds to create opportunities, I think that's what we were looking at here. And it, like was mentioned, there are specific uses for this funds that we can't do anything else with. And I don't want to understand where Commissioner Wetzel is coming from and others, but we don't want to hamper or hinder any opportunities by getting it too specific. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, we're still looking for a motion. You want to try yours again?
Okay, I'd motion to direct staff to make the changes that we discussed and bring this back towards the end of the meeting, potentially after, or bring it up in the business items, if they think that would be enough time to do that. Maybe bring it back as 9E.
There's a motion by Commissioner Weitzel. There's a second.
I'll second it.
Second by Commissioner Barks. For table. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hurst,
Commissioner Hurst, we're tabling this item till later in the meeting. That's the motion with the changes that were discussed. Would you like to vote?
I think her mic wasn't on, so you might not have
Okay.
heard.
Commissioner Hurst,
Okay,
Lost
we'll mark him as not present on that vote.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner,
No.
okay. Commissioner Weitzel,
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen.
Yes.
Thank you, Deborah.
You know, I feel like we should have got Commissioner Hurst's vote on that, because I think he would have voted down.
Commissioner Hurst, are you still there? Not sure what happened.
I'll have a chance to vote on it again later in the meeting.
Yes, I'm here.
Did you want to vote on, did you hear what we were talking about?
What I heard was a table on the item that was discussed about the growth Inc. And tell me if I'm wrong, if I heard this wrong, but you wanted to table it with putting in some additional wording?
That's right.
Is that correct?
That's right.
Till the end of the meeting.
Till the end of the meeting.
Till the end of the meeting.
Yes, at this meeting, yes.
Okay. So motion passes 4-1. Are you guys going to stay for that? Okay. Well, we'll try to get you back in as soon as it's processed. If you are you able to do that today, Patrick? Okay.
We appreciate you, sir.
Okay.
Chairman, my main concern was just not to hinder the use of these funds when we can use them to leverage and not make it too hindrance upon opportunities.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we're going to see what the language is and see if that still fits there. So, are you in front of your computer?
Yes.
Okay, we'll
But
get.
there is a time lag in between, so I've been listening rather than.
Okay, no worries. We'll get you a copy of it as soon as it's available.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay, item 7A is an executive session for non-elected personnel.
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I don't think we approved the consent agenda.
I think we did, actually.
Did we?
Yeah,
No.
it was the first vote. First vote. We amended, we voted to approve the amended consent agenda. Then we approved 6C. Quite certain.
That happened a few minutes ago.
So,
Yeah, I thought we removed those 3 agenda items to talk about, and then we approved the revised.
so I made a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Is that not what you have?
No, but I will.
Well, there's a question on it. What do you have?
I had that you were just doing the amended part, if you were okay, you were saying that you were
we were amending.
That you were amending it, but then the consent agenda itself, I didn't get.
Okay.
Sorry, that's my fault.
That's okay. Well, the intent of my motion was to approve the amended consent agenda, which removes C, H, and I. Is that what you guys heard?
That's what I thought it was.
Okay, I think we have a majority. Are you okay with that?
Well, I mean, may as well do it again. So.
Can we just vote to?
Okay, I make a motion to clarify my motion, which was to approve the consent agenda as amended, removing 6C, H, and I. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Weitzel. Let's all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Hurst? Motion passes 4-0. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Weitzel, always keeping us on the up and up. Item 7A is an executive session. I'd like to move the commission adjourn to executive session does anybody need a break? You just keep going, break, no break. Wait. Until 10:10 with Dr. Marshall, the county administrator, county counselor, the county health officer, and county health department director to discuss the subject of qualifications of a potential medical advisor to the Board of Health, and the justification for the executive session is to protect the privacy and interest of non-elected personnel. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Weitzel. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Was that an aye?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Motion passed 5-0. just doing a stand-up motion here because we're going back into executive session with Dr. Varney. We're gonna take 20 minutes. So at a 11:15, we'll be back in session. Can you read the last motion and just put Dr. Varney in its place? Yeah. Can you read that real quick for us?
For the commission to adjourn
Hear myself.
to executives, oh, I'm sorry. For the commission to adjourn to executive session until 10:45 with Lieutenant Dr. Barney, Administrator, Counselor, Health Department Administrator, to discuss the subject of qualifications of a potential medical advisor to the Board of Health, and the justification for executive session is to protect the privacy interest of non-elected personnel.
Thank you, Cindy. That's my motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Bogner. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay?
Commissioner Hurst, do you have a yes or no vote? The motion passes. Yeah, that's right. Motion passes 5-0. Thank
All
you.
right, gotcha.
Okay. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Thank you for everyone's patience for those executive sessions. Randy, I was going to ask if, Mayor Moore is here from the Highlands, and she wanted some questions on item 6F, or she wanted to talk, just a little briefing on it. And given she's here, do you think Travis or you could provide a summary?
Yeah, kind of look at what's on here, but what that is.
And Mayor, if you want to come up, you're welcome to, if you have questions. Okay. Sure.
So the city of Nickerson runs a volunteer EMS service, and historically, I think they've been trying to cover what is Reno County Fire District 3, which is Nickerson and the Highlands. And every time that the EMS would go out on a call, there would be a $100 charge that the fire district would pay to the EMS. There was, with a new fire chief of District 3, and then I must have been talking with the mayor of Nickerson, they decided that this agreement between the EMS and fire district was not needed, that wasn't necessary, because Reno County EMS will show up if they show up anyways. Nickerson EMS wanted to focus really on Nickerson. Is my understanding the mayor of Nickerson was going to contact you about this, because with the termination of this agreement, Nickerson EMS would not be responding to the Highlands. It would be Reno County EMS. But this was on the consent agenda at the request of the city of Nickerson and the Fire District 3 chief.
And I mean, just to be clear, I assume the agreement's more of, the city doesn't have any obligation to provide services outside of their city, and it's probably more their decision than ours, and it was just an agreement.
You made it, yeah. Well, that was one point I was going to add in terms of the way this agreement from 1987 was written. It was unilaterally terminable, which means that once Nickerson decided that they didn't want to continue it, we didn't have to approve it. Either side could get out of it. So they had said they wanted out of it, which was enough to trigger it. But I recommend to Randy that we ask the commission to just do our documentation also, so it was clear as a paper trail that it was terminated. But Nickerson could have, if Nickerson had the ability to unilaterally terminate it anyway, so it's kind of a formality once we approve it also. This was the only arrangement, this is the only fire district in the county that was paying anything for EMS or anything like that, and it was a 1987 agreement, and it was a little bit irregular in that none of our fire districts pay for these kind of services anywhere else. But mainly the bottom line for me legally was Nickerson could get out of it once Nickerson decided that they didn't want to do it anymore. They could they did send a termination notice to us, and so we're just kind of formalizing it on our end that we acknowledge that it's terminated.
Okay, and so just to be fully clear, the county's obligation still stands for countywide service for EMS, including Nickerson and the Highlands.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't. This was just kind of a
supplemental,
a unique situation from 1987 that had kind of made sense to the parties in 1987, worked for many years, but had kind of, in Nickerson's view, run its course.
Okay. Does that help you, Mayor?
So our EMS service will come out.
Yeah, Mayor, if you could go to the podium, if you don't mind. Just, people like to hear
Okay.
and just state your name.
Carol Moore, I'm the mayor of the city of the Highlands. And I just wanted clarification that we will have coverage for EMS, but it will be out of a different locale.
Right, it is part of the Reno County EMS that's run by the hospital that
Okay.
covers countywide. So yes, anything in the Highlands will be the hospital.
Okay.
And I'm just curious, so when EMS is called to the Highlands, were you getting service from the city of Nickerson?
Yes,
Okay.
I've seen Nickerson's ambulance
Okay.
there,
Okay.
but I don't. I don't always know when an ambulance is called, so I'm not sure if Reno County out of the hospital came, so.
And Travis is here.
Okay. Travis,
Our
do you,
administrator, if you want, he may be able to answer that.
so Travis, I know you were maybe walking back when you heard we had a question, but the mayor of the Highlands, I think essentially is questioning whether she's still going to get service to the Highlands, and maybe you have more information about how often it was Nickerson versus the Reno County ambulances that went out into the county like the Highlands.
Yeah, Travis Vogt, County Fire Administrator. So the City of Nickerson EMS, they're a first response unit only, so they're not allowed to transport. So regardless of where they responded to in the area, Reno County EMS out of the hospital or by the health department, they would have to respond also and be the transporting unit. So regardless of whether Nickerson EMS would respond, a unit from Reno County is always dispatched to them.
Okay, thank you. Does that help,
That
Mayor?
does.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you, and thank you for the commission allowing us to fit that in there off the agenda. Okay, county budget. Yes.
Do we need a vote on that?
We did in the consent agenda. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah.
Possibly twice.
Yeah. That's right. Is there anyone here for the budget, or is that just staff?
Well, you first have to do the hearing. So
Okay.
public hearing, you could ask if anyone's here for the public.
Okay. Let's.
And you can do that, and then come back and do budget later in the meeting, you can.
Okay. Well, so I will go ahead and open the budget hearing and open that for public comment. Is there anyone here to publicly comment on the county's 2024 budget? Hearing none. If the commission's okay, we'll close that hearing. And let me look here. Is there staff here for the budget discussion?
No, it's just
Okay.
present.
Is the commission okay if we jump around a little? We have some other people here. If we can come back to that. Is that okay? Okay. So I think Don is here for 9A. Is that right? Okay. Don, are you presenting?
Don Britton, Director of Reno County Public Works. I was notified that I had to create a conservation plan for Reno County Rural Water District 101, and that had to be in place in order to apply for any grants. So I have created that, and it's been accepted from the state, and now you have a resolution that you need to sign to agree with it. And then once that's done, then that'll be in place, and we can start applying for grants to start on this water district infrastructure plan.
Thank you, Don. Questions for Don?
The only question I had was the static fee for reconnection being $50 with inflation is what it is. Did we want to make that more flexible to be changed if, $50 was all of a sudden $3 in 10 years, or do you think leaving it at $50 would be fine?
Well, that $50 fee is like when somebody doesn't pay their bill. We'll go out there, and it's just turning a wrench, shutting off the water. And so then we just charge $50 to turn that back on. If we have to go out and remove the meter, then like on the smallest meter we have, that's a $500 fee. So I think the $50 fee to just shut it off and turn it back on with the wrench is fair at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Or is there a motion to approve?
I will so move.
Motion by Commissioner Weitzel, second by Commissioner Parks. Any final discussion? Is Commissioner Hurst on the phone?
Looks like we've dropped him.
Okay, I'm sure he'll be fine here. Roll call, please. Commissioner Hurst is not present.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner,
Yes.
Commissioner Weitzel,
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen.
Yes, motion passes 4-0. Commissioner Hurst, we're bouncing around a little. We just passed item 9A. I assume you don't have any questions on that. That's the water conservation plan.
Yes.
Okay. Item 9B is consider sending the courthouse facade anchoring project out to bid. Harlan's here.
Harlan Depew, Reno County Maintenance and Purchasing Director. This item was brought before the commission late last year with some extensive discussion, and at that time it was approved to have the project spec'd out and the construction documents put together, since it was a relatively low cost to do that at that time. A lot of the research and design had already been done earlier during the initial earthquake repair project. So, but it was decided at that point to delay a decision on which direction to go with this until after the 5-member board was in place. And now that we've got the rest of those earthquake repairs taken care of and the roofing project wrapped up, I think it was time to bring that back to you for consideration. So during the latter phases of the earthquake repairs on the courthouse dome, concerns were raised by the contractor about the lack of ties around the exterior walls of the central tower of the building that would anchor those stones to the building structure. At that time, the contractor presented a proposal to install 2 helical anchors in each stone on the tower portion of the building from the 3rd floor up. This would have been a total of around 2,300 anchors at a cost of almost $700,000. Some of the tie straps high on the dome walls appeared to have deteriorated over time, but it was unclear how many ties were missing or how many were installed during the original construction of the building. Staff and the engineer, Brent England and Brad Doden, did some additional exploration with some drilling from inside the building and running cameras back between the substrate and the facade to try to inspect additional ties or determine how many there actually were. And it was a little surprising to find that it didn't appear that there were nearly as many ties originally as what would have been expected. We had submitted this work as part of the earthquake repairs to the insurance company. So they sent out an engineer from Florida. The first one concluded that while some of the limestone facade slabs were slightly out of alignment, this was minimal and within the tolerances accepted when the building was constructed. In other words, he couldn't determine if they had shifted or if they'd been out of alignment from day one. The second engineer was sent from California, and these engineers were hired by the insurance company. This firm has a lot of experience working with earthquakes and their effect on buildings. They're also experienced with historic structures. Their conclusion was the building is built very well, indicated by the fact that it weathered 2 strong earthquakes without any substantial structural damage. According to their report, historic structures are exempt from needing to be brought up to current codes unless there has been substantial structural damage. They also state that even if the anchoring system was to be brought back into current engineering standards, those standards would be for seismic activity much less than the intensity of the 2 big earthquakes that we experienced in 2019 and early 2020. The WJE report concludes that the facade held up well in spite of 2 significant earthquakes and numerous small ones, and therefore suggests adding more anchors is not necessary. They suggested repairing any damaged mortar joints would be sufficient. All of those mortar joints were repaired during weatherization project that has been completed earlier this year. However, our own structural engineer from here in town has written a response to the WJE report, which we've attached, which I'll also read here for reference. In a nutshell, he says that choosing to do nothing based on the WJE report would be a viable option. However, as a local engineer, installing additional anchors would be his recommendation. He would make it clear that he would not be liable for complications that could occur in the future if the county chooses to do nothing. Since the building superstructure is composed of concrete columns and beams, some stones could be anchored directly to the concrete, but the majority of the stones, or a lot of them anyway, at the 3rd through 5th floor levels would have to be anchored to the hollow concrete or hollow clay tiles that make up the interior walls of the building. There's some uncertainty as to how much good we would get from anchoring to those stones, from anchoring these stones in that situation. If we do not install additional anchors and we continue to have ongoing seismic activity that repeatedly shakes the building, we could see more cumulative damage to mortar joints, which could increase the frequency and expense of needing to do exterior repairs, but there's no guarantee that additional anchoring will prevent that either. Anyway, after extensive review of the engineering reports and considering the values and priorities of the Board of Commissioners as we understand them, we asked GL&V and engineering consultants to evaluate the benefit and cost of anchoring a grid of stones where they can be tied back to concrete only. If this approach would provide satisfactory stabilization of the facade system, it would save considerable time and expense to the taxpayers. The conclusion is that installing anchors around the top section of the tower walls, 6th floor only, would provide the best value, since this is where the greatest seismic force occurs and also where the original ties are presumed to be in the worst condition. This area has solid concrete substrate to anchor to as well, and so our recommendation is to follow the perspective of our local engineer and architect and install anchors at that upper level only. And the engineering consultant report, you want me to read through that real quick, or you've had that in your packet so you could read that? So that's what I have. If you have questions about that, the project is ready to go out to bid if you choose to do so. Brad Dutton from GL&V is here. If you have questions that I'm not prepared to answer.
Okay. I got your note, Commissioner Bogner. I wanted to just briefly start because we have a little advantage here of going through this prior to the new commission. I think there was a split, and I might have been in the minority last time, but we got to a point where we decided to bring the new commission on, and I appreciate the diligence that you've done, Harland, and our engineer and architect, in at least reducing it, because I remember it was more in the $700,000 range, and so this is definitely quite an improvement. So I think one of the arguments, and it might have been mine last time, was the insurance agency could be on the hook for future earthquake damage to this building is saying we don't need it. I appreciate, and I think, and I want to acknowledge our local engineer and his initially conservative and then very pragmatic view here of just like, hey, let's do what we can. But I'm still like, what is our deductible on our insurance?
I don't know what the deductible, it's pretty high, but I'm not sure what it is on this.
Okay.
25,000, I believe.
Yeah.
We pressed pretty hard in the previous session on this, on whether there was some sort of, safety danger to the public of, something falling off the building. And I don't think we ever got to that kind of threshold. And so it was more of like, will the building facade shift to a point where it needs repaired again because of earthquake or high wind events or something. And so I think we kind of left it split, even though there are only 3 of us. I don't know what happened there, but I think there was enough disagreement where we were going to wait for this broader group. But I still have reservations. I certainly appreciate the points that were made in this report, and it makes a lot of sense. It's just, if this building's been here over, is it 100 years now?
Almost.
Yeah. And it's withstood a couple earthquakes, and I'm questioning the 200,000, but I'll defer to the rest of the commission. So Commissioner Bogner was first on the list. Commissioner Bogner?
Yeah, my question would be, and it sounds like they've given up on the idea to anchor into these tiles, clay tiles. From my thought process, are those that kind of like those red tiles that they used to build buildings out of, and so they really have minimal ability to hold anything. I mean, they crack. They just,
I think what I've been told by, well, I don't know, Brad, you want to answer that? I'll let you talk firsthand.
The clay tile is a softer material, and if you were to drill through the clay tile, it would not provide significant anchorage. But all of the current ties on the building, not all of them, a large portion of the ties on the building are anchored to those clay tiles, but they're anchored at the tiles joints where the tiles come together. They don't go through the tile, so they get the resistance of the entire wall itself and not the tile. So if we were to anchor to those tiles, we would seek to re-anchor through those joints instead of through the tiles themselves, and so we'd have to come in from the back side, drill through the joints, and so it would basically be restoring. So, but to answer your first question is, yes, the tiles are much softer than a concrete substrate, which is what is on the table right now, because the 5th floor and 6th floor are concrete substrates, whereas below that's clay tile.
and your monetary value for just connecting to the cement, that would be substantial. Is what, 200,000? Or do we have an
I had one
figure?
estimate about a year and a half ago that was under 100,000 from one contractor, but the way everything is going right now, it's anybody's guess where those bids. I would hate to even speculate at this point.
But like Daniel has pointed out, the building has withstood it, and the 2 principal parties that are the insurance is willing to insure it this way. That there's a thought process there. I couldn't go for spending a lot of money to anchor it if our insurance company says they're gonna stand behind it, and their people are satisfied that it's of proper strength. Your thought? He's the engineer, right? Architect, engineer.
This condition of failing ties is not unique to this building. I mean, very old buildings, it's not uncommon. And so failure of these ties just gets worse over time. And so I would say that we cannot know, because of time, we don't know when that failure occurs. And so it's kind of something that falls into a maintenance sort of a situation. And how and when you choose to do that maintenance is obviously a decision that you're wrestling with right now.
Well, so the preventive maintenance, essentially putting back what's already there.
Right, and starting from the top down as opposed, starting from the top down, because that's where the most stresses occur to the building.
So it's doable in segments.
Yes. And that's what our proposal, that's what's on the table right now, is the top section of the building, right?
Thank you for the clarification.
Commissioner Parks?
I know that these were that way back in the 90s because I was here. They attempted to do some anchoring, but it got thwarted by a board that was then. When the restoration company just redid a cleaning and a tuck point on the roof, which obviously didn't fix what needed to be done. They were more concerned with the historical value than the repair, taking things off and doing it right at that time, which would have been much less money. But I know the other gentleman in one of the meetings last year that was here to speak on that, I can't remember who the other fellow was here with you, had spoke on, they'd ran a camera back and seen some of the newer anchors that were put on in 99, and then they got stopped because they didn't want to spend the additional money to make that repair. So it does speak well into the maintenance part of it. Had it been done, and I'd requested it be done right back then, and it didn't get done. And so here we are with an issue, but non-issue kind of, because my feelings are if it's been bad that long and they haven't moved and haven't been an issue, then and they are willing to insure it. We've spent a fortune on this building, and I know it takes a lot of repair to keep it up, but I would just going to personally speak that I would be at tabling until another year or down the road where we think it becomes a critical issue. So it obviously hasn't fell off in all those years, and I won't offer my opinions on the historic part of it or the earthquake, but I'll just say I disagree with some things that happened, and so I'm not for spending the money, I'll be honest.
Mr. Weitzel?
Yeah, I mean, I if everybody's saying doing nothing is a viable option, and the insurance company is saying, hey, this isn't something that needs to be repaired, then yeah, I would not be for spending the money either, just based on that.
Commissioner Bogner?
Are we just talking about putting it out for bids so we know that it would cost us? We're not saying we're going to or we're not. What kind of money is are we talking about to do that? Is there a fee involved, or are we just gathering knowledge to make a better decision?
We have construction documents prepared that could be priced, put out for bidding to get competitive bids on that number. The county, at that point, would be the county's decision to proceed or not to proceed.
But it's not going to cost us anything to
we looked at pricing. What was it, 2 years ago or a year and a half ago or sometime? Yeah. And so those numbers are. Fees from us. Oh, is that what you're asking?
Yes, what's it going to cost us to get the numbers?
We've already prepared the documents, and so that was a contract that was already completed, and so we're just at this point ready to issue them for pricing for bidding.
So if it's not going to cost
no
us
additional
anything, we've
cost.
already paid for it.
Correct.
Former commissions have, so we better get what we paid for. We better have the information, is my attitude. Whether we decide to not do it or do it, we've paid for that information, and we should have that available to us before we decide whether we go forward or we don't, or what portion we want to. I'm before, and that's what is up for today, whether we let them figure out. We've already paid for it. We just as well know the results, is my thought.
Commissioner Hurst, I know you were involved in the previous discussion on the anchoring. Do you have any comments on this item?
Thank you. We looked at that. We had that same, as you mentioned, Chairman Friesen, that we were a little mixed on that. I personally think that we probably ought to, at least since we've got the construction documents there, that we looked at sending those out. Do you remember, wasn't it about 200 and some thousand before?
It was actually a lot more. I think Arlen said it was about 700,000. And you might not have been able to hear the whole conversation, but the engineer went back and looked and essentially felt like a large portion of it wasn't really worth doing because of the lack of anchoring capability of the clay tile.
Yeah, we don't want clay tiles even involved in it, and I question myself whether you even want to do the masonry in between those concrete tiles. I thought there were, if I remember right, I thought there was a minimum and a maximum amount of anchors that went in, and I didn't remember what the minimum amount was. But if it's going to look at 700,000 and the insurance company has paid for those, and they're standing the risk, providing they are standing the risk. If there's nothing in our insurance contract that would exempt that if that's not done. 700,000 is a lot of money if it's not needed. Now, I think there was some rusting on some of the anchors. Has anybody covered any of that yet?
Yeah, there was some discussion on that. I think the conclusion was the best choice from our local engineer was to limit the scope to an estimated cost of about 200,000. It hasn't been bid, and I think Commissioner Bogner's making the point that there's no cost to look at the bids.
Yeah, I think the minimum, looking at that, I was thinking it was somewhere around 200,000 that we talked about earlier. Now, it may be way out of whack today, but I would think since we've done construction prints and everything, that we find out what it's going to cost and if we're willing to do that.
Okay. So there's probably two choices here that are kind of ripe. One is to, decline further repairs, or the other is to allow it to go out to bid. It doesn't appear like there's any cost for that. So it's just a matter of, deferring the decision to later. I might ask the question, like Commissioner Bogner, if it came out at 100,000, would that change your mind?
Well, it's like the building out there that the nail works loose on. Doesn't affect the building. But then pretty soon there's another one because the wind's at play. There's continuing deterioration. That's what's got us to where we're at. At some point, where do you cross over and it becomes a problem? If the numbers came up right, it might be worth, in my mind, consideration to do the upgrade up there where it's most critical.
Okay.
Well, there's a difference of opinion between engineers about when this is going to happen, but I'd say it's worth a look at it and get a number, and then let the number tell us what we should do.
Well, we have the agenda item up here. Would you be inclined to make a motion for option 3? Is that what you're saying? Well, actually, I think you're...
But we're approving the project, but we don't have to accept any or all bids, correct?
Probably could just remove that, approve the project, just approval to send out to
Well, I would make a motion to send out the bid.
So Commissioner Bogner makes a motion to approve the letting of bids for this project. Is there a second? Commissioner Hurst, do you want to second that motion?
I was getting ready to unmute. Yes, I would second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Discussion?
You know, I think my opinion is if the insurance companies have said no, there's really not a price where I would vote yes, and so it would, you know, not be worth the time for the people to bid, and so I think I would vote no for that reason.
I think I'm of the same opinion, but I respect your thought and Commissioner Hurst's thoughts too. So I don't always like doing a blind no on a vote. So
I don't think it hurts anything to send it out to bid, but at the end of the day, I see really a consensus of not wanting to go forward and repair it. So I don't know that I would be for this probably. So.
Okay, we'll make that decision now. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Parks?
No.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurst?
Yes.
Commissioner Whiteson?
No.
No. Motion fails 3-2. Again, appreciate the good debate on this. I think it was well vetted by both the previous commission and this one, and certainly, Harlan, you can, even though we didn't vote to bring it up in the future, obviously we expect you to let us know if things change. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
He's got it.
Okay. If it's okay, we're going to jump around a little more. The chamber item. Patrick, do you have a change?
I have emailed it, I believe. I've also emailed it to the chamber. She approved it. Sorry. I'll turn my mic on.
Can you bring it up on the screen?
I don't have,
Okay.
it's different computer.
Okay.
On the fly a little bit. What I've added in section, I think there's a bullet point 2, and I added a third bullet point that just said what was discussed, that none of these funds are going to go for operating costs for Growth Inc. And then the second thing I added was that if the plan is for this industrial park to someday be sold, and that the proceeds from the sale will then be reinvested by Growth Inc. in additional commercial or industrial real estate development. I tried to keep it simple since it's a relatively simple concept, I hope, and we're just kind of, I think what we're doing here is just reflecting the intent and understanding of everybody that that's what's going to happen with this.
Which item did you change?
I added a 6.
Oh.
So it didn't have a 6 before, and now it does. And then I did add a third
Good.
bullet point in number 2 that just said, this is not an operating cost. These aren't for operating costs. These are just for the
Okay.
other purposes. So
Does that meet your concerns? Okay.
Chairman, it's now on the screen.
Okay.
Switch computers.
He's got it.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve it.
Commissioner Parks' motion is a second. Second by
I'll
Commissioner.
second.
Commissioner Whitesell. Any final discussion? Commissioner Hurst, I know we're kind of moving on the fly. Did you get that, or did you hear what?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I heard that. Yes, that sounds good.
Okay, great. Here are no further discussion. Commissioner Bower, are you good? I see you're reading still. Are you good? Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Hurst?
Yes.
Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Bowman?
Yes.
Commissioner Whiteson?
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen?
Yes. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Did that include the Randy signing? Some of those things that part of the motion needs to be, he's got authority to sign?
Commissioner Bogner had a question on this signing authority. Who's on it? Randy?
Randy Partington.
Um,
You know, some
Okay, so I think that was the intent of the motion. Does everyone agree? Okay, yeah. It would be good if we say that, but thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Can we do the Horizons? I know they're here. I'm waiting patiently. Would you like to do your quarterly report?
Vicki Mader, CEO for Horizons Mental Health Center. Just wanted to give you guys a quick quarterly update on some things that are going on. I shared our May financials with you. May was a better month for us. Services were up. We saw a EBITDA of $86,000 for the month of May. And an operating margin of $42,000. We are still running at a negative margin for the year. That has to do with some things that happened during the year as far as increasing staffing wages, hiring staff faster than anticipated. So what we'll be doing is renegotiating our cost rate with Medicare. Our cost report's due in a month. And we anticipate that rate to go up, and we anticipate being able to make up that funding over probably 6 to 10 months once that goes into effect in January. So things are looking as planned. So we anticipated a loss for the year. Some good news is we got some grant funding. So we received $466,000 from KDADS to implement 24/7 mobile crisis across all of our counties. That amount is what it would take to implement 24/7 mobile crisis just in Reno County. We are working on that now. We have a small mobile crisis team that works just Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and we're looking to expand that. We anticipate difficulties staffing 24/7. So we're trying to be as creative as we can, but that is the goal, to have a fully functional mobile crisis team that can respond in the community when someone needs us. We also received a grant in the amount of $75,000 from United Healthcare to provide teen mental health first aid training in all of our counties. We are looking to partner with our schools to make that something that's done routinely with them. I know we've had some conversations with Hutch High. Some of the teachers are willing to give up a little bit of their time so that we can come in and do that training, and then hopefully be able to do it year after year. We've done that in Kingman County schools, and we've done it at Skyline schools in Pratt, and we're looking to expand that to all the school districts in our area. So those are some good news. Program updates. So our Care for Crisis Center, it's been a little slow to get started. I think that's just a matter of educating the community. The first quarter of the year, we were running at about 11% bed utilization. For April through June, we're at 50% bed utilization. So we've seen a huge increase in the utilization of that facility. So we're really excited about that. That allows us to defer individuals from state mental health hospitals, from acute care hospitals, and from jail. So we're excited about that's being utilized better. We have been able to fill the open jail position, so we're really excited about that as well. That was been vacant for a while, and therapists are hard to come by these days, so we're excited that that position is filled, and we'll be able to provide those services to those individuals in the jail. Some state updates. I'm sure you guys are all aware, but in case you aren't, there was a budget bill, 2184, that provides reimbursement to law enforcement and hospitals for the unpaid costs of patient observation while they're waiting to be sent to the state mental health hospital. So that is really great news. The bad news is it's $5 million. I anticipate that'll go pretty quickly. But at least if it all gets used, they'll see that it is a need to support law enforcement and our hospitals. They haven't issued how you get that funding yet, so we'll keep an eye out for that and share that as soon as we get that information. Senate Bill 228 also will provide reimbursement for costs related to determining competency. So they will pay a rate of $100 per day for individuals in jail awaiting competency evaluation and restoration. So that is good news as well. Competency, it'll start as soon as that's ordered by the judge, that payment. So they haven't released how you ask for those funds, but I see that being a very beneficial thing for Reno County. I believe we've had someone in there for a very long time that would have equated to a significant amount of money for the county. So those are my updates. Any questions for me?
Questions? No. 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 Commissioner Hurst, do you have any questions? Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just going to keep moving because we got other staff here on the health premiums.
Good morning, Helen Foster, Reno County Human Resources. I don't have much voice. You guys will have to be patient with me. I am presenting to you the 2023-2024 health premiums with the employer contributions. We have a 2% increase applied to the total premium with a 1% slide over to the employee contributions. So taking 1% off of employer contributions and adding 1% on employee contributions. I'm going to let you guys ask me any questions because I can't talk for very long.
Okay. Randy, you got anything to add?
Just on the screen, you'll see this is kind of from the bronze plan, what that increase means to both the county and then to each employee, depending on where they sit on the options. I know that's kind of small, but
What's the kind of bottom line impact?
when I did some calculations, I think the dollar amount equals about 4% increase
What-
for the employee.
How about to the county?
I didn't look at that one.
Okay.
Because it's, we put the money in, but we don't actually pay a premium to the
So-
insurance company.
Last year, the employees were funding 15.62 of the percentage of health premiums. This year, that goes up to 16.62% that they would be funding of our total health plan.
So I'm a little lost, Randy. Like I'm thinking of like kind of standard premiums. We're self-insured.
Right.
So this is just increasing the amount of money coming from employees that are going into a reserve fund.
Right. So on the screen, it shows estimated annualized liability. So we're expecting all health insurance is going to cost us $5 million. So that's where Helen made the numbers, the changes to bring in $4.937 million. And then when you add tobacco and part-time, it goes over the $5 million. So yes, the adjustments were what it took of an increase for employees and the county to cover that amount if we need the full amount.
So are you able to estimate the county's increased cost?
I believe in the budget, we actually reduced the amount that's transferred.
Okay.
It kind of goes into two different funds. There's a self-insurance fund and then the employee benefits fund. The employee benefits fund, which is the transfer, that's the county money that gets transferred into the self-insurance fund, was reduced for 2024.
Okay.
But
We have the cash in the self-insurance fund to cover that. In the past, like 2 or 3 years, employees have not seen an increase and maybe a decrease. So now that's why we're pushing, even though our health insurance costs aren't expected to go up much, if any, we want to, have the employees pay a little bit more of this to help the cash balance.
And then it's pushing some of the liability that's been on the county, that 1% shift, that's taking 1% liability off of the county and pushing it over into the employee contributions.
So in regards to cost per employee, and I don't know that I heard that, I think Daniel alluded, in my opinion, I felt like you kind of wanted to know what our actual cost per policy and cost per employee policy, if you can kind of break that out. I'd like to hear that.
So, can you scroll up to the...
If it's
Commissioner
possible.
Hurst, we lost him
Uh-oh.
again.
So is this what you're referring to? So on the first set of bronze columns, that's your employer portion. The second set of bronze columns, that's the employee portion. And then we have the 3 different plans, high deductible health plans, and the non-qualified are the same premium.
Well, for the county, the cost is going down a little bit for the taxpayers. Because it's through the employee benefits fund, but we are making up that plus some with what the employees will pay, which is when you look at the dollar amount, it's still very reasonable and not much of a dollar amount increase. The percentage is misleading.
We still have to stay within affordability. So if you look down at the bottom, that gives the ACA affordability that we have to stay within, and that's based off of the high deductible health plan premium for an employee only. So we have to stay under that cost, or we're looking at penalties with the IRS for the ACA. And we do stay within that, so we're under that.
Good. Question, Commissioner Weitzel?
I've got a question, but I think it's a personal matter. Can I ask you a question real quick in private?
Like you will
Yeah.
even do? Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's okay with the commissioners, I guess it's your guys' meeting.
It's fine. You
Recess?
can make a determination if we all need to hear it.
Or you guys want to recess for 5 minutes?
I bet it's just a clarification
Okay.
item.
So you're saying I'll just ask this question. I know Commissioner Weitzel's not present, but according to some guidelines, we can't raise but a certain amount toward the employee.
We have to stay within affordability under ACA standards, yes. And so that's based on an employee-only coverage on your lowest offered health plan, which is the high deductible health plan. So if you look there, it's taking, we don't qualify for the safe harbor of affordability under federal poverty level. So what we qualify for is by our lowest hourly rate that we pay an employee, which is that 1212 number. 30 hours under ACA is considered full-time, so that's why the 30 hours is in there. And then that brings the annual income $18,907. You can only have 9.12% of that going towards employee premium. So that's where that $143.69 number comes in.
Okay. Everything good? Okay. You have any questions? Nope. Question? Nope. Okay. Are we approving anything, or is that just an update?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The
So
motion would be to approve the premium schedule as presented, so it can then be presented to the employees. Open enrollment starts maybe next week.
The 14th.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
Commissioner Hurst moves. Commissioner Bogner, you have a question?
No,
Okay.
I was just trying to get your attention when you were
Sorry.
reading. I'll second that
okay.
if that, or Randy can, he already did.
Okay. Second by Commissioner Bogner. Discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hurst,
Yes.
Commissioner Parks,
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner,
Yes.
Commissioner Weitzel.
Yes.
Yes, motion passes 5-0. We're going to continue to bounce around a little bit, if that's okay. Dr. Johnson is here, so we're going to go back to, or go down to 12A. So I'd move for the commission to adjourn to executive session until 12:15. Let's call it 12:10. With Dr. Johnson, the administrator. Is the health officer going to join us? The health officer, if she's available, the health department director and the county counselor to discuss the subject of qualifications of a potential medical advisor to the Board of Health. Justification for executive session is to protect the privacy interest of non-elected personnel. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Parks. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, welcome back. We have item 8B to spin through. Is this a long item?
No.
Okay.
There's a lot of information. This is the 2024 budget. You've had all the discussions, I mean, if you want me to read through all the memos that I sent you and go over all these charts, I can, but it's kind of in the packet. I know there was a question, someone in the audience, and at the previous commission, it was asked about outside agencies. So what's in the 24, based on consensus at the last meeting, may have been the last meeting, the additional amount for the conservation district, I think they were cut in half. The 25,000 was put back in their line item for this proposed budget. The like amount was taken out of the cash carryover line item. So it had no impact on the mill levy or the total expenditures. It just changed technically between departments or line items. So
answer your question.
Yeah, and I think the suggestion was that they search for outside funding in the future, and that we were likely to consider a cut next year. Was what was my understanding of our discussion, but of course, you know, that's next year, so that's a year away, so who knows?
So just was there? You asked a question on. Like I got distracted there for a second. On tech, is that your question? Or on all of them?
But that was brought up about the reason that Conservation District, their money, well, it's a lot smaller than tech's decrease also, but the reason it could be replaced is it's all in the general fund. And we had the cash carryover, the tech fund, like the museum, and extension, I think, maybe are ones that are separate funds. So once you've cut the maximum, the amount out of their budget, and now you say this is the new maximum, you can't put it back in. The only way to do that would then be to take general fund money and say, okay, we're going to, if you gave tech $50,000 of that $110,000 cutback, we would have to find a spot in the general fund. It wouldn't change the 2024 budget because it wouldn't come out of the tech fund. It would come out of the general fund. It could be a discussion you have later on, but it won't change.
So the money for the conservation was restored, the request?
Yes.
By doing
based on
that.
consensus of the commission, I think maybe 3 members agreed, 3 or 4 at the last meeting, to go ahead and put it back in. If you want to take it out, but it would probably be put it back to the cash carryover. It wouldn't change the actual budget. That's recommended. And the recommended budget has a tax levy of $25,544,928, which here's the summary that gives you kind of the comparison. That's the revenue neutral rate. So this budget is set with the revenue neutral rate with cuts, some one-time cuts, but cuts to a lot of funds.
And a lot of departments.
So a majority of the departments receive some level of cuts from their request. And then also in the packet is the digital budget book. So we have that kind of as a PDF. I don't know if you guys had a chance to read that. That's 600 some pages. Of course, about 300 of that is appendix of capital requests going out through 2028. But it does show that was approved last year to go ahead and buy the software or get the software subscribed. And so that's the benefit of that is to, oops, that's the wrong mouse, to, if you guys wanted to pull, or the community, once it's live, wants to look at the budget, it can look at it in various ways. The state form gives a very high level, here's the total dollars. The budget book will go into more detail about, for example, if you look at the commission budget, kind of gives an overview of what the county commission does, budget summary for 2024, some of the programs they offer, and then it kind of gets into, well, it's expenditures by fund. So, and by fund on here, it's actually department category, so it shows the personnel services, contractuals, commodities at each department level. So, and it does that for all departments. Just kind of wanted to bring that up because that will, once the whatever budget's approved, we'll put something online so that the public can scroll through this and learn about the county's budget.
Commissioner Weitzel. No? Commissioner Hurst, do you have any questions? Did this answer your question? Okay. Is it what you were expecting? Okay. Okay. Thanks for hanging in there for 4 hours.
Yeah, next time let us know earlier.
Sorry, usually I go through the room. I was late today. I lost my star because of that.
We voted to give him a star and then we took it back just for the purpose of.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the budget for 2024?
I'll motion to approve the budget for 2024.
Commissioner Parks moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Bogner. Any final discussion? Commissioner Hurst, are you good with the budget item? Lost him again. He's probably eating lunch now.
Probably still on there.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Parks?
Yes.
Commissioner Bogner?
Yes.
Commissioner Weitzel?
Yes.
Commissioner Friesen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hurst?
Commissioner Hurst, would you like to vote?
Let's see if I can get him on this. Just,
There he is.
are you there, Commissioner Hurst?
Is he on hold?
It sounds like it, but it doesn't
Yeah.
look like it. But it doesn't look like it.
It does not just showing that he's on the call.
I think it's okay. I mean, we got 4 votes.
Okay.
It's motion passes 4-0. Moving on for a brief administrative report.
Want a brief? Okay. Monthly reports. Any questions?
Thank you, sir.
Hey, I'm good with that.
Moving to item 11.
Monthly reports are in here. The other, I just want to give you a heads up that I'm going to be working with Chairman Friesen to schedule a study session after another meeting sometime this year, probably, hopefully within the month of September, August or September, to talk about the space master plan. As the commission approved architects drawing up plans for some of the departments that are, I guess, have outgrown their space or doesn't have the adequate space, to really have a sit down and bring the architects here to kind of go over, here's what they found from each department, have each department here if they want to talk about it, and then what's the appetite of the county commission? What's the next step you guys want me to take to either put this in place or to put it on the shelves?
Without growing.
What?
Let's downsize staff.
Yeah, let's say quit outgrowing.
Yeah, one of those is the sheriff's office that we looked at. And
Yeah.
I kept the sheriff.
Yeah, I know.
I'm not sure where.
Any questions for Randy?
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
Is that it?
Well, as an update, the environmental health regulations, I know a couple commissioners, I've sent some emails to. Staff, Patrick has worked with staff on getting something in place. You received the email yesterday afternoon, but tomorrow at 3:30 in this room, we've invited all the contractors and various interested parties to sit in, look at the draft revisions, and the intent is for the health department to get feedback to see if there's buy-in, if they agree with what we've done, or there's still more stuff we need to work on, and then before it comes back to the county commission. So that's part of the holdup of it not being back in front of you guys yet.
We can sit in on that if we.
As long as there's less than 3 of you, 2 at the max. Otherwise, it's a public meeting, then we have to notify the press.
Okay.
And this isn't at the point for commission decisions, but if you want to
No.
sit in and listen.
And when is that again?
3:30 tomorrow.
Okay.
Do any of you plan on Commissioner Parks?
I'm gonna try.
Is there any need to do that? I mean, it's gonna come to us and we can.
It's gonna come to you guys anyways, it's just if you want to know what's going on right now, but it won't get your feedback really.
It's just the only thing I'd add to what Randy already said. It really is a draft that county staff have worked on, but now we need to get input from the stakeholders, and it will likely be there's some things that probably Darcy and I understood when we were in the room together that the contractors will want us to clarify and some things like that. It's very technical. I mean, it's really just all about sanitation code and technical stuff, but we're working through it. Hopefully we get a good product, we do this meeting, sharpen it, get a good product, and have a meeting for you guys to look at it. So
Okay.
not too
Well,
used to.
yeah, I would say, it sounds like Commissioner Parks may be thinking against it, but,
Now he's eating a sandwich.
I don't think it's bad at all if one of the commissioners or two want us to take your time to be there. There's advantages to having someone there just to watch.
I think it would be good to, I don't know, each commissioner can make their own mind up. Given we're in the process now, it may be good just to observe so the commission can work together on that or ask questions, but it doesn't, obviously each commissioner can do what they want. So look forward to that. Anything else? Okay. County Commission reports. Don, are you here for something? Okay. Commissioner Boger, would you like to go first?
Can. Got the little reports going over revenue neutral, not the county itself, but various other entities. And I've been receiving some comment on that, and people aren't following what's going on, and some of them are saying it's a waste of dollars. You're sending me this, but no, it's the new law. And Reno County isn't raising your taxes, but we are the entity that by law sends out and collects and sends out the notices and the money to the people who have set their various mill levies. So there is some misunderstanding on what's there, even though it says that, and I've tried to clarify that to people that it's the notice for the various line items, and if the line item is gone over, it tells you where to where the meeting is, the time for your public comment. So with that, and I point out that Reno County doesn't have to, because we are not, as a county, raising your taxes. Several entities within the county are. So that would be my major thing that's come up with people in the last couple days.
Thank you, Commissioner Boger. Commissioner Parks.
Nope. I don't have anything this time.
Commissioner Weitzel.
Yeah, so I got to sit on an interesting meeting with information about the 30 by 30 federal land grab and some information on that. It was very good information. I learned a lot. If anybody wants more information, they can contact me and I can get you in touch with the people who have more information about it. But looks like they're trying to get a trail to go through part of Reno County. and slowly erode people's property rights. And so it may be something that people out in the rural part of the county might be interested in. Also did want to kind of reinforce Don's point that the county did not vote to raise your taxes this year. But elections have consequences. We got city elections coming up. We got school board elections coming up. A lot of them voted to raise your taxes. And so if you don't like that, let these people know. If they don't give you the answer you like, get involved, run for office. People at the Annex building will help you with everything you need to do to run for office. So elections have consequences. Who runs is more important than people realize. And so get involved and put yourself out there if you feel like that's a problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Weitzel. This had a couple items. One thing, it's more administrative, but just a request. So I know the pain Commissioner Hurst went through today because I did it a couple weeks ago. And I'm wondering if we could ask the IT department to connect this audio, the microphones into a kind of a Zoom meeting thing where if a commissioner is unable to attend physically, we can see them on the screen. If they want to call in, they can call in, but they can hear through the system versus, the speakerphone. I think that's challenging.
We have one of those owls that we probably can plug in here and do Microsoft Teams.
Okay. Is it, you can't, I don't understand why you can't just use the audio and video we have and just connect it into a Zoom or just like some sort of virtual meeting.
But it'll be, I'll have to talk with IT about what will show up on the monitors. That may be what you see, the only thing versus the agenda.
I think there's a way to do it. I know we, at our office have that capability where every conference room you can call or dial into a virtual meeting. So I think they can do it. I would encourage them to do something kind of more integrated into the system versus, it's really hard to hear and it's really hard to participate. So I might ask if that's okay with the rest of the commission. I imagine one day you might need to do that yourself. So, right. Okay, great. I appreciated the public comments today especially from the Nenasko Valley News. I always appreciate when a business comes and takes the time to kind of fight for their business. So that meant a lot, and it sounds like maybe there's a little bit of a change in the thinking of the commission on that. So we'll get that back on the agenda soon. I think I had something else, but I didn't write it down. So I think unless there's other items.
I have one other question, but then I think see if Commissioner Hurst has anything.
That's right. Commissioner Hurst, do you have any comments you'd like to make today? Commissioner Hurst? Okay, I guess not. Did you have something else?
Yeah, the question I have is, on the consent agenda this morning, you guys approved, and Patrick and I will be running to the title company. We're supposed to be there in 3 minutes, but to close on the land purchase for Habit. Just wanted to see if that kind of, even though we've done a study to compare connecting to the city of Hutchinson or lagoons, we need to get an application in. Either way, we need to get an application in September for a loan and to start the process. I didn't know if you guys, how far you want me to go with the city on the connection versus the lagoon, since you've now approved the land purchase. I just kind of, because I've heard different commissioners tell me different offline, so I wanted to just ask in a meeting, if that's okay.
Well, wasn't the current,
We have to, we really need to get started on these grants and the forgivable loans, and we can't wait for City Hutchinson. I think in the short term, it might be a good deal, but as a long-term answer to the solutions, considering the BOD changes and what might be coming down in the quantity and quality of wastewater, it also depends too. I've heard this from the city regarding if they have much of an expansion, could they limit us on exactly how much we could put in? And we don't know that, but if we own the lagoons and get everything there long term, when it's paid for, it's paid for. And it's just the best use of money. I'd be willing to converse with others.
I thought we were waiting for a study.
We have the estimates now. We do have those. We haven't put those out yet. We just got those, but we also know we have a limited time frame to get applications
And I thought
going.
we already put the grant application in.
Grant, but we also have to apply for a loan because the grant won't cover the full cost. So we need to apply for a loan. That's the one that we had last year, 30% forgivable that we lost out on. But it'd be the same that we could get forgivable loan possibly for a portion of this.
So what do you need from us today? I'm just curious myself.
Well, I have a meeting later today with the city. I'm going to talk anyways about, this is only one of the topics. At the last time I had heard from the city, it may be a while before they have an answer of what the cost would be. And that's where...
They said October, right?
Yeah. Applications.
Did
for
we
loan
ask the
September.
state if we apply for the entire amount, if something better comes along, can it be amended?
I don't know. Don, have you asked that question from anyone at the state? If we apply for a loan as is, like right now with Habit, with the lagoons, and something changes, can we change the project?
With the grant, I don't know nothing about
Loan, okay. I'll check on that.
So why don't we put this on the next agenda?
Okay.
You can bring, we got the cost estimates, we can put those in the agenda packet. You can put in the packet whatever advice you get from the state on, I mean, it makes sense to me if you have a 200 or $2 million less option, like.
Sorry, there's delay.
He's got.
On this.
Is he watching the video? Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like, if you can keep options open, like that's always good. If you have to choose one or the other, then you got to choose. But like, just put that in the.
I can put it on the next agenda. It's just we're running out.
We're
Well,
running
I'm
out
sure
of
we can
time
always
is
give
what
the
I'm
money
hearing.
back.
Yeah. And I-
I'm sure we could always give the money back too, if it's a loan, right? I mean, so
Yeah.
if we find a better option, then we
Well,
can
I-
always get the money back.
Yeah, we don't have to accept it. You still would have to go through the process of
I
accepting.
don't care if we, as a group, decide to move it to the next meeting, that's fine, but my personal feelings are we need to move forward with what we originally were gonna do for expansive purposes, and I really feel like that's a dangerous territory to be in, to confine yourself to another entity that could cut your flow off in the future, because it could happen. They're restrained on water, and they're trying to find water, and that system hasn't been expanded for some time out there. I know it's big enough to handle it, but if there's growth in that area, and they're already gonna take some other, so that's my personal feelings. I don't think there's even a reason to explore. I think we ought to go ahead and buy the ground and put the bonds on.
Well, the ground
This
is
is
bought.
not on the agenda.
No.
And
If you want me to put it on next meeting's agenda, I can give you the study that we paid $1,000
That's
for the
fine.
study.
I'm just voicing my opinion.
Well, in voicing my opinion, I think we're long past that. We've made a decision to purchase the property. And the independence, you're not depending on somebody else. And if John brought up the 30-30 deal, they're 30 by 30. A lot of that is they get to combine in government entities, and you lose your autonomy and your ability to do the work for who you represent. We here represent the county. And when you start leaving your responsibilities go to somebody else, or you're controlled by what somebody else does, you're walking on awful thin ice. I don't like to be there. I think we need to progress as we've started.
But I'm fine putting it on the agenda, since it wasn't on today's agenda, if you want to have the actual vote at the next meeting,
You should have
the study.
the potential rate increases for that $6 million project in
I've got
the.
a minute here. Let me know when I can get in.
This is not germane to the meeting. It's not on the agenda. It needs to be put on the agenda. Like, we need to adjourn for today unless there's other items that, you know, we need to discuss.
Commissioner Hurst, is there anything else that you want to have discussed? Any other items?
Yeah, I couldn't hear the conversation before, so I've been playing with listening to this at the same time and trying to follow. I think we've got a consensus. We need to move forward with this as it is. And the longer we wait, the more expensive it's getting, more unknowns we have. I don't know why we are waiting longer. I think it's time to move forward. We've got the land. Let's move forward.
Commissioner Hurst is the one that's always a stickler about it has to be on the agenda. And
Commissioner, you may not have heard it, but what Chairman Friesen is saying is, since this wasn't on the agenda, he wants it on next meeting's agenda for a formal vote with seeing the options, so that since this wasn't on today's agenda, it was just brought up at the very end.
Can we go ahead and start on the grants and the loans?
Okay.
We will, yes. We can start the process because we've done the grants. We just have to wait until the meeting to know a decision.
Unless there's objection, I'm going to adjourn the meeting today.